Board of Supervisors and budget hearings for fiscal year 2024-2025. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Capps?
Here.
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Here.
And Chair Lavanino.
I'm here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Next item of business is our County Executive Officer's report.
There's no report this morning, Chair.
No report this morning. So just a little housekeeping. I want everybody to be aware that we have a time-sensitive issue that we have to take care of in closed session at 10 o'clock. So we will be recessing at 10, and unfortunately, the closed session is rather long. So we're anticipating that to be about an hour and a half. So we'll be breaking at 10 to approximately 11:30. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I have a couple quick announcements this morning. As previously noted by our chair, we posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, June 7th, amending the closed session start time. Please be advised the Board of Supervisors will be recessing to closed session at 10 a.m. rather than noon as previously indicated. This addendum has been posted online and made available to the board and the public. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. I would like to note for those that intend to address the board, there will be an opportunity for public comment at the conclusion of each functional group presentation. If you are registering to provide verbal public comment through Zoom, please note which functional group you would like to speak on in your online registration. General public comment for items not on today's agenda will be after the administrative agenda and before budget hearings. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240, and that concludes my announcements for today.
All right, thank you very much. Next item of business is the administrative agenda. Madam Clerk, can you please read administrative item number 1 into the record?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the California Department of Healthcare Services, DHCS, Third Amendment to the fiscal years 2021 through 2024, Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System, DMC ODS, Intergovernmental Agreement number 21-10034A03.
Okay.
And Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I would just like to note for the record, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Excellent. Any questions from board members? Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved. I second.
All right, we're moving staff recommendations A and B. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, any requests to speak from the public? Oh, that was on that item, which you said there was not. Now's the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. Madam Clerk, we got any requests to speak from the public on general public comment?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak on general public comment today, and we are going to begin on Zoom with Patty Perez Hogan, to be followed by Kathy Rosenthal. Patty? And Patty,
Can you hear me?
yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, can you go ahead and let the person behind me go in front of me?
Yes, we will take Kathy Rosenthal, and then we will go to Patty Perez Hogan. Kathleen?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Kathy Rosenthal. I am the president of the San Ynez Valley Riders. I submitted for your consideration a letter regarding Live Oak Camp and Live Oak Trail at Kachuma Recreation Area. As you know, the Recreation Management Plan is currently in development, and we would like to see a working group come together to discuss this planning for the Live Oak area in the future and have this included as a project for the Recreation Management Plan. Recently, the California Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee formed a working group to discuss and develop a trail policy for the RMP. And at their July 10th, 2023 meeting, the committee approved the policy of the Santa Barbara County Recreation Trail Network is intended to serve trail user groups, including pedestrians, equestrians, cyclists, and others. On a case-by-case basis, trails and/or trail segments will be designated as single, dual-use, or multi-use based on factors listed in the Santa Barbara County Trail Guidelines. This CRATAC recommended policy is to counter the Parks Division standard practice of multi-use because it recognizes the valid conflicts between users, particularly given new technologies developed for mountain and e-bikes. This policy allows flexibility for some trails to be reserved for more traditional trail uses and mitigates conflicts between hikers and horseback riders that may have conflicts with mountain bike and e-bike enthusiasts. We hope you'll consider this policy and direct staff to form a working group with the San Ynez Valley Riders to plan this area for equestrian use and other uses now and into the future. I will give you an update. Over the last week, I have been contacted by Jeff Lindgren, and apparently we will try to meet on Friday to form this working group. But we certainly would appreciate your board support and continuation of support for this project to be included in the Recreational Master Plan. Thank you very much.
We will now return to Patty Perez Hogan to be followed by Arturo Teo here in Santa Barbara. Patty?
Can you let the person behind me go possibly? Because I'm trying to pull up my, what I have prepared to speak.
Alrighty, Patty, we can go to here in Santa Barbara and then we will go to you as our final speaker.
Thank you.
We will now go to Arturo Teo here in Santa Barbara. Arturo?
Good morning. My name is Arturo Tello, and I am a landscape painter, and I'm not exactly sure that this is the right time to speak, but I just want to speak to you in favor of, if you have any money for open space, please support the Carpinteria area. There is no better thing you can do than keep the gateway to the county as a breath of fresh air. As I said, I'm a landscape painter. This is my painting of the Carpinteria Bluffs that was used for gathering funds for the initial purchase of the Carpinteria Bluffs. We're still not finished with that. We've had 3 fundraising events, campaigns, and we've been able to save 67 or so acres so far. But there is some important acreage still left over to acquire. We've done many things, including taking donation cans to businesses, to schoolrooms. As a matter of fact, our present president is one of the kids who long ago gave some pennies to the cause of buying the Carpinteria Bluffs. Patrick Crooks is his name. I gave you books. I'm a co-founder of the Oak Group, and I gave you books because there's a little blurb about Ray Strong, who is the man who painted that picture that sits behind the dais in Santa Maria when you go there. wonderful person. I'm very happy that he was my mentor, my spiritual father. I have 58 seconds. I want to read this that I wrote in that book. I see the role of the artist not as a dreamer, but as a defender and a doer. I believe that just as the farmer provides sustenance for the body, the landscape painter gathers food for the soul. When I first became a plein air painter 46 years ago, I began a passionate, almost mystical love affair with the land, particularly the Carpinteria Bluffs and the other Santa Barbara coastal open spaces that were being threatened by development. Painting landscapes that might soon disappear added a poignant urgency to the activity. Now, after some of our endangered landscapes have been saved in perpetuity, I feel another kind of poignancy when I paint them, an ineffable sense of gratitude for the individuals and organizations and county board of supervisors who made possible this legacy of natural beauty for future generations. It's about the most important thing you can leave us for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will now.
Mr. Supervisor
I just
Williams.
wanna thank Arturo for also donating the proceeds from his artwork, which he has done, to the cause. So thank you.
Yes, just recently we had an art show where we provided some funds as seed for the next acquisition effort. So please help us.
Thank you.
We will now go to our final speaker, Patty Perez Hogan on Zoom. Patty?
Good morning, supervisors and staff. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. There's a tremendous amount of problems with the Adult Protective Service on the way they conduct their investigations and findings. My family and I have been victims of false reporting and the subject of reports who are flawed and have no evidence of support of any such abuse. As a result of Jose Ramirez doing a horrible job in investigation and reporting, my father is now in a conservatorship where his due process rights and civil rights have been violated. During budget hearing, I would ask, before passing the budget for the following year for APS, Adult Protective Services, I would request an independent audit done. And I'm aware of a lot of reports with problems and flawed with the failure of training and oversight by Santa Barbara County supervisors and APS and their employees. I would request that the county supervisors conduct an independent audit and review of the way that Adult Protective Service handles the reports and investigations, and most importantly, the training that the APS investigators and employees receive as well as supervision. I will be sending a follow-up letter to all of the supervisors attached with my investigator, Tim Rooney's reports and conclusions upon reviewing the APS report. I'm hopeful that the district supervisors will take my concerns seriously, and I would hate to see another elder and their family be subjected to Santa Barbara County APS flawed program. Thank you for your time.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the county budget hearings for fiscal year 2024-2025. I'd like to turn it over now to our county executive officer, Mona Miyasato.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino and board members. If we could just put up the first slide. Thank you. As you know, today we are here for the adoption of the recommended budget for the fiscal year 24-25. And before we begin, I just want to do a round of thank yous. There hasn't been a lot of drama in this budget. I'm thankful for that, but I want to thank all our department directors, their teams, primarily their chief fiscal and administrative officers, many of whom are in the audience today. So thank you very much for your work. Budget seems to be a year-round process, so thank you. Thank you to the auditor staff, Betsy Schaefer, who's sitting in the back with her newly minted Chief Deputy Controller, Shauna Jorgensen. Thank you. You thought you were going to get away with me recognizing you. Thank you. The two of you, as well as Ed Price, Assistant Auditor Controller, Juan Izquierdo, Vivi Shiloh, and Nick Knocker. And you guys could raise your hands so people know who you are. Thank you. Thank you for all your work as well. And last but not least, the County Executive Office team, Nancy Anderson, whom you know, our other Assistant CEOs, Tanya Heitman, Wade Horton, and Jeff Rapwell, and mostly Paul Clementi, our Budget Director, and his staff. And if you could wave your hand so the board knows who you are, our Fiscal and Policy Analyst, Shauna Dawson, Chantel Ding, Katrina Fernandez, Dana Grossi, Stephen Yee, and Reese Alstead. So today I'm going to do a short introduction. Paul is going to go through the recommended budget with a high-level overview. Stephen will go through the functional groups. There'll be time for the board's deliberation, and then we'd ask that you take the recommended actions. And this year we thought we'd do something a little bit different as an overview for our budget. And so also thank you to Kelsey Gerkens-Butita, our PIO Communications Manager, for making this all seem seamless. And if you could play the video.
The County of Santa Barbara's fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget totals $1.59 billion. Crafted with careful planning, this budget reflects prudence and progress. Despite high inflation and economic uncertainty, the county's approach ensures the maintenance of core operations while advancing key local programs. Let's dive into some of those key programs making a real impact in our community. $35 million dedicated to reducing homelessness and its impacts, including Hope Village in Santa Maria and La Posada in the Goleta Valley, which offer 174 cabin units with wraparound services. Allocating $525 million for social safety net programs, mental health services, and health care for low-income residents. Increased state funding for CalFresh will enhance community access to food aid, while anticipated CalWorks funding will increase cash assistance. Additionally, the county's crisis stabilization unit will reopen and add 8 crisis intervention beds. The budget includes $21 million for criminal justice programs, with new expenditures for 6 full-time positions focused on diversion and holistic defense roles. These measures aim to reduce jail usage and support victims in the criminal justice process. The county is investing in electric vehicle infrastructure, upgrades, and energy-efficient projects. The 2030 Climate Action Plan will be finalized this summer, and staff are already implementing measures to increase our renewable energy profile. The county is allocating $129 million for capital projects, including the Santa Barbara Courthouse roof replacement and structural improvements at the Santa Barbara Veterans Hall. Economic vitality and recreational opportunities are being enhanced with the Modoc Multimodal Trail, repairs at Goleta Beach Park, improvements at Lake Cachuma, and completion of the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance, providing greater economic opportunities for farms in the county. The fiscal year 24-25 budget is all about prudence and progress, so the County of Santa Barbara can continue to deliver exceptional services so all can enjoy a safe, healthy, and prosperous life.
If you wouldn't mind thanking Kelsey, she does such a great. Go back to the slideshow, please. So as you heard, and you've heard our theme throughout the last 6 months or so, prudence and progress is our theme. It's a largely status quo budget, and this marks the 6th year without service level reductions. And when we say without service level reductions, it's not just staff we're talking about. It's about the service that we provide to our public, which is of utmost priority to us. Yet the budget still includes funding for all the things we need to do, all the mandated and essential services to meet our debt service obligations and address critical needs. And as you see, we are able to continue to fully fund our strategic reserve, which is 8% of the general fund operating revenue at $45.6 million this next year. And so you've heard about the challenges and emerging issues. And primarily, you see in our county and other places, there's been a slowdown in revenues and a rising cost of services. For us, 80% of our discretionary general fund revenue is property taxes. And so the mortgage rate industry, the mortgage rate still being high, has led to fewer property transfers and therefore a slowing of property tax growth. Sales and hotel and cannabis tax revenues are also minimally growing or declining. And obviously, there's just the rising cost of doing business. We see it in salaries and benefits, insurance costs, litigation, et cetera. And it's to remind all of us that disasters occur in Santa Barbara County, and we are still paying for those of the 2023 and 2024 storms, which caused over $100 million in damage. We're pursuing FEMA and Cal OES fundings, but as you know, that sometimes takes 7 to 8 years to recoup that funding. The state is not out of the woods yet. The shortfall now has been reduced to $27.6 billion. The state just got some good news that their personal income tax revenue is doing better, but there still is a significant budget deficit for the state. And as you know, that will potentially impact our public health, behavioral wellness, and social services departments. Again, the legislature is still negotiating with the governor, so we do not know yet what those impacts will be. And we continually face new legislative proposals and regulations which reduce our flexibility and obviously put on greater requirements for all our departments and our operations. But I also want to show you what's happening with other places around the county. As I said, revenues are slowing for everyone. In our county, with some of our cities, but also you see in other counties with which we often compare ourselves. And so this is just a reminder that we see there are deficits elsewhere in the county and elsewhere in the state. And so everyone is facing the same kind of pressures as we are. But I want to thank your board because we are, again, our theme is prudence and progress. And Mr. Clementi's been talking about it, and he'll talk about it again, that we've been able to set aside ongoing revenue when the property tax revenues were high in our county so that we could address future deficits, which we're doing this year. And this is just to remind everyone that our discretionary revenue is limited, and that's why we are seeking, and the board has directed us to seek a TOT increase in November. And this just kind of is a very quick overview of all the things that we do, and yet we are limited in all the discretionary actions the board can take. But again, our theme is not just prudence, but progress. And you'll see in the video that we just showed, in our slides, the things that the departments talked about. We've made progress on many fronts, things that have been in the works for many, many years. But I want to highlight things that are actually transformational. What does transformational mean? It's a word that we use a lot, but it means we're actually changing the way we provide service or the type of service we're providing. The Dignity Moves projects, it's a whole new way of looking at transitional housing for our homeless population. Fire Regional Dispatch will be opening this fall. We have many jail diversion programs, the EV infrastructure, the Workday Enterprise Resource Planning System, and also the Rec Master Plan and Climate Action Plan. So we are transforming how Santa Barbara County is approaching its future, how we're providing services in the future. And we continue to look at, continue to focus on continuous improvement with the Renew Initiative. And again, it's reminding ourselves and our public that we continue to look for efficiencies and cost savings and ways to raise revenue by redesigning our services, continuing to respond to the public, and retaining our employees. Again, our theme, Prudence and Progress, will continue on, not just for today, but through the next fiscal year, even though we are challenged with different financial conditions we've talked about. Some are known, some are unknown, but we believe that the board's careful planning and policies will get us through. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Paul Clementi.
Thank you, Mona. Good morning, Chair Lavinino, members of the board. Over the following slides, I'll be discussing the framework under which we developed the 24-25 recommended budget, then move on to an overview of what's in the budget. I'll reiterate direction received during workshops, go over some final budget adjustments included in your adoption packet, and then turn it over to Senior Analyst Stephen Yee to provide brief functional group overviews and updates before we move on to the final board deliberations. So just a reminder of where we've been this year with the 5-year forecast developed over the fall and brought to your board in December, along with the budget development policies. We then worked with departments over the ensuing months to develop the preliminary budget presented at the April workshops, with each department walking through their own preliminary budget. Post-workshops, the governor released his May revise on May 10th, which I'll be talking about more in a few slides. And then we released our final recommended budget on May 30th, which brings us to our adoption hearings today. This budget funds mandated and essential services, debt service obligations, maintenance and infrastructure needs, and board priorities. However, revenue growth in the coming year has flattened compared to prior years, while expenditures continue to grow. And while service level reductions have been avoided for a 6th year, it was necessary to include a planned release of $6.6 million from the ongoing set-asides to keep the county stable and balanced. While developing this budget, we also needed to remain aware of challenges facing the county now and in the future, including rising costs in areas such as labor, capital projects, contracts such as jail medical services, and deferred maintenance. potential litigation costs, new state mandates and budgetary issues I'll cover on the next slides, as well as continued costs of disaster recovery. We've developed numerous set-asides with one-time reserves to prepare for some of these issues, but one-time reserves are stopgap measures, and our most recent fiscal outlook shows that additional ongoing revenue will be needed to cover anticipated ongoing costs and avoid reductions starting in fiscal year 26-27, with deficits of 2.7, 7.7, and 1 million in the last 3 years of the forecast. Our 5-year forecast will be updated again this fall with new revenue and expenditure projections. More specifically on the state budget, the governors may revise proposed numerous funding reductions to cover the projected $27.6 billion shortfall. Many of these were in the Health and Human Services area. This includes eliminating a $2 million Future of Public Health grant, which funds public health workforce development and supports 16 regular, contracted, and extra help positions in the department. Elimination of $1.7 million of CalWORK's mental health and substance abuse funding and behavioral wellness, which funds 5.5 positions, as well as contracted service provider costs. And elimination of $6 million in social services across a variety of their assistance and protective services programs, including CalWORK's administrative allocations and employment programs, as well as programs in child and adult protective services. Some weeks after the May revise, the state legislature released their own budget plan, which largely rejected the cuts I just mentioned, but also included some reductions of their own. This includes a statewide reduction in local child support agency funding that could impact our Child Support Services Department by over $500,000. Departments have been working to keep up with the shifting state budget landscape, and the initial analysis we're hearing from them is that if the governor's cuts or for child support, if the legislature's cuts are enacted, unfunding of positions and reduction to service contracts would be necessary. Layoffs in the departments would be likely avoided, due to vacant funded positions in other programs, but those details would be unknown until a state budget is adopted. In some cases, departments might be able to use fund balance to bridge funding gaps while they ramp down a program. Negotiations between the governor and the legislature are continuing, and we won't know the true impacts until an agreement is reached and the budget is adopted. There are often trailer bills that also drag this process out beyond budget adoption at the state. Departments are watching closely and will assess and report impacts once things finalize. And finally, unrelated specifically to the state's current budget situation, the DA's office was notified in May that federal funds that are passed through the state to counties for victim assistance programs will be reduced by almost 45%. This would have a $350,000 impact on the DA's 24-25 budget, which would grow to $700,000 in 25-26. The state legislature's budget plan seeks to backfill this loss of federal funds to counties with $100 million and is part of the ongoing negotiations with the governor's office. So it remains to be seen where this lands. If the cuts are not backfilled by the state, the DA's office will attempt to mitigate the 24-25 impacts with salary savings and seeking other grant funding. But even if they can absorb that one-time hit in the current budget, the ongoing impact of almost $700,000 in 25-26 would require program cuts or a new funding source. We will have more specifics on all of these issues and work with departments to determine impacts and plans of action once a state budget is adopted. Moving on to the recommended budget overview, the total operating budget for the County of Santa Barbara for fiscal year 2024-25 is $1.59 billion and supports a workforce of 4,763 FTE. This is an increase of $100 million and 119 FTE from last fiscal year, with the majority of those positions coming from added FTE and social services made midway through the current year. There have been no substantive changes to these numbers from the preliminary budget presented at workshops. This chart shows total operating revenues by category. Nearly 40% of revenues, over $600 million, are from federal and state sources, with the majority, $363 million, going to our Health and Human Services departments. The next largest category is taxes at 28%, just close to $450 million, which includes property taxes, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, and cannabis tax revenues. The third largest source is charges for services at 25%. This chart shows the same operating revenues but categorized by the funds that receive them. The county general fund receives about $569 million, or 35% of the total revenues. Of that $569 million, about $381 million, less than 25% of the total pie here, is discretionary general revenue that the board has more discretion on uses than many of the other sources. Large special revenue funds include social services at about $220 million, 13% of the county's entire operating revenues, and behavioral wellness at close to $200 million. Discretionary revenue of $381 million is an increase of only 2.5% from last fiscal year, which we've discussed previously is due to slowing growth in property taxes, sales tax, and TOT over the prior year adopted budget. Here's a further breakdown of the sources of discretionary general revenues, and we don't see a lot of significant change over the 5-year period in the mix of revenue sources. We see in fiscal year 24-25, the vast majority, 79%, is from property taxes. We see sales and TOT taxes hovering between 4 and 5% of the total, and cannabis dropping slightly from 2% to 1.6%. Other discretionary revenue makes up the remaining 10% and includes franchise fees, interest income, federal payments in lieu of taxes, and the county cost allocation plan revenue received from special revenue funds. This is a different visualization of the same breakdown, showing on the left side the different sources that make up the full $381 million in discretionary general revenue, where we can see property taxes making up that 79%, and then the different functional groups on the right side that receive the revenue as ongoing general fund contribution, with public safety at the highest, at $170 million. This chart shows the $1.6 billion operating expenditures by category. Salary and benefits continue to be the largest operating expense for the county at $825 million, or 51.7% of the operating budget. This is an increase of $41.5 million, or just over 5% from the prior year. On the right side, we see operating expenditures broken down by functional group, with Health and Human Services followed by Public Safety as the two largest budgets. Diving a little deeper into salary and benefit trends, we see total salary and benefits have increased 25%, or $163 million, since the fiscal year 2021 budget, with most of that growth driven by salaries going up $100 million in that same time frame. The overall salary and benefit growth we see next year, as I mentioned on the prior slide, is just over 5%, and not that different from the annual growth we see in the prior years. These 24-25 numbers include an assumed 3% growth to salaries for those bargaining groups currently in successor MOU negotiations. And these groups represent the majority of the funded positions in the county. This chart shows the staffing levels over 5 years by functional area. As I mentioned on a previous slide, the majority of the increases in the current year are in social services under the Health and Human Services group. Public safety saw increases in public defender and DA funded by outside grants and community corrections partnership revenue, while general government and support services increased mostly due to the addition of workday support organization and other support positions added in the IT department. The next 3 slides are reminders of discussions and direction that we received at workshops related to the use of one-time funds. This is a table we talked through at budget workshops with recommended uses of $33.9 million in one-time general fund balances, including $9.6 million towards COP-funded projects, which lowered the ongoing cost of the annual debt service, $6.4 million for Disability Rights California and jail medical set-aside, which combined with existing set-asides provides $10 million to address needs related to settlement implementation, including increased jail medical services in upcoming years. $5.25 million towards operating costs in future years at Hope Village and La Posada if other funding cannot be secured. And a note on this one that this is a slight decrease from the $5.5 million discussed at workshops, as we were able to identify $250,000 in an existing ARPA bucket to put towards these costs. The CEO recommends the freed up $250,000 be set aside as $50,000 in each board district for use on projects of community benefit, which we see on the bottom row of this table. This also includes $5.2 million towards CIP projects approved at the workshops, and I'll show on the next slide. $4 million in a set-aside to help mitigate future year deficits in the forecast or other priorities that materialize. And finally, $3 million to Public Works Transportation for additional recovery work related to the 2024 storms. These are the capital projects funded after workshops, with the $5.2 million general fund balance I mentioned on the prior slide, as well as $2.5 million from Courthouse and Criminal Justice Facilities fund balance for the next phase of the courthouse roof replacement project, and $2 million in Prop 172 funds for the Northern Branch Jail additional pod design work. Some of the general funded projects include Goleta Beach parking lot repaving, Kyriel Water Loop Phase 2, and continued work on the admin building basement HVAC system, among others. Finally, we talked about some prior year set-asides at workshops, including those for parks, trails, and open space in North and South County, $500,000 for sustainability initiatives, and $1.5 million to work with the City of Santa Maria on new recreational opportunities. We received direction at workshops to earmark $800,000 from the North County Parks, Trails, and Open Space set-aside for a potential active transportation project in the San Ynez Valley, and $800,000 from the South County set-aside for preservation efforts at the Carpinteria Bluffs, both of which you see added to the table here. This leaves $975,000 of the North County and $295,000 of the South County set-asides unspoken for. Also part of your adoption materials today is attachment A1, the list of what we call final budget adjustments, or FBAs. These are adjustments that departments bring to us after we have finalized the recommended budget, and so are shown in separate attachment that we ask your board to adopt along with the recommended budget. Many adjustments are carry forward activities from the current fiscal year, such as a capital project or planned purchase that was anticipated in the current year, but for any number of reasons got delayed and the funding now just needs to be shifted into next year's budget. Or new grants or other funding was awarded late in the year and the department wants to get that into the adopted budget now rather than coming back in the new year with budget revisions, as well as other minor corrections or changes to the recommended budget. We've highlighted 3 of note on this slide simply because of the dollar figures involved, or in the case of the public health adjustment because it involves adding FTE. The community services adjustment is budgeting the revenue and expenditures for the California Encampment Resolution Funds that your board heard from CSD just last week when accepting the grant. The debt service FBA is establishing the transfers necessary from the general fund and fire district fund to pay the annual debt service on the COPs that the board approved for issuance in March and which were sold at the end of April. Finally, the public health adjustment appropriates $900,000 of funding from CenCal Health to add 4 FTE and provide more coordinated care to eligible Medi-Cal recipients. That concludes my overview of the fiscal year 2024-25 recommended budget. Mr. Yee is prepared to briefly walk through the general fund contribution, operating expenditures, and FTE positions in each functional group, as well as relevant updates in the functional groups since workshop presentations, and departments are all here as well to answer any questions from the board.
Good morning, Chair Labanino and members of the board. As Paul mentioned, I'll be walking your board through a brief overview on each of the functional groups. We'll begin today with the Public Safety Functional Group, which is comprised of Court Special Services, District Attorney, Fire, Probation, Public Defender, and Sheriff. This functional group makes up almost 1/3 of overall county operating expenditures at $480 million and receives 45% of the county's GFC at $170 million, while making up 35% of the county's overall FTE at just shy of 1,700. Here we see just one notable update from the District Attorney's Office, which Mr. Clementi addressed earlier in his presentation. In this slide and the subsequent slide, we detail budget expansion requests submitted by the District Attorney and Sheriff offices. As a reminder, your board heard these same requests at budget workshops, which were deferred to hearings. The District Attorney's Office request totals $920,000 and 2 FTE, while the Sheriff's request totals just shy of $4.2 million and 17.2 FTE. And that concludes the overview for the Public Safety Functional Group.
have a question. I would just like to see if we could get either DA Savernock or somebody from the department to just address the state budget and if that's going to have a day-to-day impact. I know it's working on trying to be resolved, but what's that going to do to victim witness?
Citizen of the Year and members of the board.
They don't know that. So that's an inside joke.
Chair Lavanito. Ultimately, it would have an impact on day-to-day operations. In working with my staff and the budget director, we have determined that we will be able to continue operations at the current level throughout the upcoming fiscal year. The issue will then be in the 25-26 year. So through a combination of salary savings, searching other grants, we will make it, and we are committed to having no service level reductions in victim witness services this fiscal year.
Perfect. Okay. I know that's one of the shining stars in our county. I want to make sure that we're fully funded at the level that we are currently, so, or that we'll make it work.
They are the why we do what we do at our office, and I'm committed to the really state and nation leading expertise of our victim witness program, and the wonderful things they do on a daily basis is really a central component of the district attorney's office. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that commitment. We appreciate it. Anybody else for any of the public safety groups? All right. Yes, Ms. Alexander.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I did just want to note for the record, we had no request to speak from the public on this functional group.
Okay, so each, okay, got it. Mr. Yee, that takes us to the community resource and public facilities, is that correct?
Yes, Chair, that's correct. So next we have the Community Resources and Public Facilities Functional Group, which consists of the Agricultural Commissioner Weights and Measures Department, Community Services, Planning and Development, and Public Works. Here we see that this functional group makes up about 1/5 of overall county operating expenditures at $309 million and receives 7% of the county's GFC at $27 million, while comprising 12% of overall FTE with 557. There's just one significant update for the group coming from the Community Services Department. The department received $7.9 million in state funding to provide homelessness services to unhoused individuals living in their vehicles. This funding source will be incorporated into the department's adopted budget by way of a final budget adjustment. And it should be noted that this functional group did not submit any budget expansion requests. And that concludes the Community Resources and Public Facilities Functional Group.
Supervisor Capps.
Yes, I wanted to ask about Public Works. If I could ask our new Public Works Director, Mr. Sneddon, to come up and give an update. As was featured in the video, I know this board has put a lot of investment and care into the most used bike path in the South Coast, which is the Modoc Trail, and if Mr. Sneddon could please provide an update on the remaining funds needed.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair, thank you. Yes, so the Modoc Trail is a regionally significant trail that connects all the cities, county, and unincorporated areas. And as you may recall, the board preferred option for that path was to have a portion of the path go on the Coomer Water Company property, and which is also a Santa Barbara Land Trust Preserve. And we're in the middle of acquiring or trying to acquire that right of way. As a result of that, the Land Trust and the Coomer Water Company have asked for some significant changes to the project that would add additional cost. And we'll know the total of those costs as we get through the right of way stage. But as it looks right now, there's at least probably an approximately $700,000 gap in the existing funding to what's being added to the project.
Thank you. So that's new information since our budget workshop, and I would like to respectfully ask our board to help get us to the finish line of this trail with the remaining set aside of the trail's budget for South Coast, which was, as indicated in the slide, $295, which would get us most of the way there, we think, and are hopeful that this can complete this very important project. So that's a request I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. And just as you're looking for support, as long as your other South Coast colleagues are on board, I'm on board. So I understand that that's a careful negotiation, and but it sounds like a great idea to devote those dollars towards that. I apologize for not asking the question during the last functional group. It's moving a little quick, which is great. But I wanted to, if Chair would allow me, to go back to the public safety functional group. I just wanted to make sure in this budget, this board had previously set aside additional funds for overhire in the Sheriff's Department, and I wanted to make sure that those were still there, or how does that fit within the budget?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we do have that. There's a $2 million Prop 172 set aside by budget policy that we maintain, and we have another $2 million set aside in next fiscal year's budget to be released if needed towards issues such as overhire.
And is that just for sheriff deputies, or is that with any hard-to-fill position within the Sheriff's Department?
It's sheriff's deputies and custody deputies.
Okay. So if the Sheriff's Department was able to fill their 17 open sheriff deputy positions, or their 37 open custody deputy positions, and they wanted to overhire because they know that they have, let's say, 7 deputy sheriffs that are about to medically retire, we could go ahead and fund that so they could fill those spots.
Supervisor, through the chair, we would encourage them to fill those too, with the anticipation that yes, over time, retirements and other things would happen, they'd be back to their level, and this one-time funding would be able to be released to help bridge any overages beyond their funded positions for whatever pay periods that occurred in.
And arresting that, hiring those positions would help arrest the overtime issues that the Sheriff's Department is facing. My understanding of the last budget update, that's over $10 million at this point, year to date. Is that correct?
That is correct, and your question was if they have more filled positions, should they have less overtime?
Right.
I believe that would be correct.
Okay. And then as far as the custody deputies, because we keep hearing about that, is an ongoing issue. Are there funds in this budget to address some of the issues with custody deputies? I know that our board has been discussing with the Deputy Sheriff's Association strategies on finding fiscal solutions towards incentivizing the recruitment and retention of custody deputies. Is that also baked into this budget?
Supervisor, through the chair, yes, it is.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just wanted to say that I think that looking at the set-asides is a good strategy for maintaining fiscal discipline in this budget and still addressing real needs, and that is a regionally significant trail, something the board's been trying to get done for a long time, and I could support that.
Okay, so CEO Miyasato.
We're taking note of that, Supervisor, and so when we do the final board deliberations, we'll make sure that gets onto the record. With that amount, then you would fully have set aside the South Coast set aside funds, just to be sure. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
I had another, just another comment in this functional group, if that's okay. Not a request and nothing that actually costs more money, but I did want to take the opportunity because we have a new update to our bluff policy. And so this is the area in which we're talking about our planning and development department, and so much emphasis has been on emergency response and coastal erosion and the impact of storms. And so I just want to applaud their effort in this, just in the last couple days. They've notified all of the bluff owners in Isla Vista that they'll now have to be required to measure the coastal erosion if it has occurred on their properties 20 feet from a structure. So that's just breaking news, and I wanted to take this opportunity to commend that. Again, it doesn't take extra resources here, but it is something that just has transpired in the last few days. So thank you.
Excellent. All right, why don't we make this our last functional group, and then we'll break for closed session. Was there any public comment on this functional group?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, we do have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Patrick Crooks. Patrick?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Great. First time caller, long time listener. Thanks for taking a minute.
Hey, I want to
Lieutenant Carpenter plus president.
We're going to rack this call at the end. All right, it's the Jim Rome Show.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Just really want to encourage you to look at that allocation of funds. Arturo hit nail on the head there. It is true. I was putting pennies in a jar back in middle school. Really, you know, seeing that the community rallies around these types of things, and just want to see a vote of confidence that money could be allocated for future allocations, and really just look at that to see that these spaces remain open for everybody, especially in a town like Carpinteria, is fully accessible to the whole community. So really appreciate having the opportunity to speak, and you guys have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this functional group.
All right. So, CEO Miyasato, do you want to break now, or do you want to go through this functional group?
I'd say let's just break now.
Okay. So once again, apologies to everybody. This is a time-sensitive issue that we couldn't control. It's from outside, out of our control. So we're going to break at 10, and we will be back approximately 11:30.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have to read. County Council's got to read in closed session.
Thank you. There's one item for closed session. It's existing litigation, American Medical Response West versus the county. It's a Santa Barbara County Superior Court case.
All right. We'll be back about 11:30. Of Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. County Council, can you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on one item of existing litigation, American Medical Response West versus the county, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay. All right. We'll kick it back over to Mr. Yee, and I guess we're on Health and Human Services, if I remember correct. Okay. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Next up, we have Health and Human Services, which is comprised of behavioral wellness, child support services, First Five Santa Barbara County, public health, and social services. This functional group makes up just over 1/3 of overall county operating expenditures at $567 million. And because this group receives the majority of their funding from state and federal sources, they make up just 7% of the county's GFC at $28 million. They do, however, make up 42% of the county's overall FTE at just shy of 2,000. And it's been mentioned in prior presentations that 3 out of the county's 4 largest departments in terms of total FTE are included in this functional group. Here we see just one notable update for the group regarding potential state budget impacts, which Mr. Clementi spoke to earlier in his presentation. And I'd like to mention that this functional group has not submitted any budget expansion requests. And that concludes the Health and Human Services functional group.
Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak from the public on this functional group?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this functional group.
Okay. So that takes us now to General Government and Support Services. Mr. Yee?
Thank you, Chair. The General Government and Support Services functional group consists of the Auditor Controller, Clerk Recorder Assessor, General Services, Human Resources, the Treasurer Tax Collector Public Administrator, Debt Service, and Information Technology. This functional group makes up almost 10% of total county operating expenditures at $142 million and receives 13% of the county's overall GFC at $50 million, while making up nearly 10% of the county's overall FTE at $419. There's just one update for the group coming from the Information Technology Department. The department was transferred 2 FTE from the Human Resources Department, a Workday Support Change Manager and a Workday Change Coordinator. These positions will be part of the department's overall Workday support organization, and the associated position costs will be incorporated into the department's adopted budget via a final budget adjustment. I do want to mention a couple of other updates that are not listed here because they occurred after our hearing materials were finalized. The updates are regarding 2 board inquiry forms, or BIFs, that were submitted relating to 2 of the General Government and Support Services departments, Human Resources and General Services. BIF number 1 requested historic motor pool budget figures versus actual costs, while BIF number 2 requested vacancy rate trends at the county. These are the only two board inquiries that were submitted for budget hearings, and both have been responded to, distributed, and posted online. As for budget expansion requests, the functional group has just one, which was submitted by the Treasurer Tax Collector Public Administrator Department. The request is for $790,000 in ongoing funding for 4 FTE to support Senate Bill 43 relating to LPS conservatorships and care court implementation. Your board will recall that SB 43 implementation was deferred to January 1st of 2026, and so we'll be working with the impacted departments as implementation of the legislation gets closer. And that concludes the overview of the General Government and Support Services functional group.
Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. One of the board inquiry forms was mine in regards to the motor pool and the increased cost there. It got highlighted last week when we had a budget adjustment within Public Works on the and took an extra $500,000 hit on budgeted amounts versus actuals. And so I wanted to take a look at the various costs and how they continue to increase in the motor pool, in part because we're also moving at the same time to an electrification strategy. And part of the sales pitch on that has been for a long time that, there'll be a decrease in fuel cost, as well as maintenance, which are two of the highest drivers in our motor pool rates. And so to see it continuing to climb has been a concern of mine, as well as when I started to dig into the actual budget and saw on the fleet operation budget the significant increase between 23-24 and 24-25 on capital. I was hoping to get a better explanation from General Services. So I guess with that, I can request Director Lagerquist to potentially address the concern about what's going on with the costs and trying to keep our fleet costs in check. And for the general public, the reason why this is really important is this is an internal fund that charges our various departments. And I think the actual where the rubber meets the road, pun intended, was this last week when we had to take $500,000 from our roads fund to now pay our motor pool. And for all of us, that means less dollars that go into fixing potholes and keeping our road maintenance in the place where it needs to be. So this has real impacts on real people and real departments. It's not just, it doesn't go out there in the budget dust. So can you maybe expand on the motor pool and what's going on with the incurred costs there and what we're looking at moving forward?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Kirk Lagerquist, Director of General Services. So Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. I guess on the capital, what I would address up front is there's planned replacements taking place in 24-25 that includes $9 million in fire apparatus. We've got 8 new Type 1 engines at about $1 million each, 1 new ladder truck at nearly $1 million, 3 Type 3 engines at about $250,000 each, and 2 crew buggies at $200,000 each. So those were planned, and that's part of the capital. And so, fire pays into the fund to replace their vehicles, and this is the time they're coming due. As for, our electric vehicle replacements, so we are replacing vehicles with EVs. They are slightly more expensive on at least the passenger type vehicles. As we look towards the advanced clean fleets in the future, the bigger trucks are going to be a lot more expensive than the passenger vehicles. So what we're doing is as the department replaces an internal combustion engine with an electric vehicle, so they have already paid into an account for 5+ years. We take that money, we apply rebates that we are getting for electric vehicles, so $7,500 IRS rebate. We've been seeing a $5,000 rebate through 3CE as well. And so that gets tacked on to what they've already paid in, and then if there's any difference, they'll make that up as well. And then we base our new rate on whatever the purchase cost of that vehicle is. And on an electric vehicle, we're looking at a 96-month payment, so 8 years that would pay into, because obviously with inflation, we're going to see the price of vehicles continue to rise. As far as overall maintenance, yes, we've been subjected to inflation just like everyone else over the past few years. Over the past year, we've had a lot more outsourced maintenance that had to happen. We were shorter on mechanics. Fortunately, we've been able to hire, and we've got more mechanics on staff now, both for passenger vehicles and heavy equipment. And so not as much will have to be as outsourced. And then obviously fuel costs, fluctuations have been a challenge as well. And as we build out our rates going forward, we are treating electricity as a fuel now and putting that into the rates. And then our initial rollout of electric vehicle chargers, we've paid through the general fund, but then we're going to recap that through our funds for vehicles, since it's part of the fuel delivery, if you will, with electricity. And so there'll be a nominal charge added to the rates to recapitalize those in the future.
Well, thank you for that. Any insight onto what's driving the road operations fleet pool or going up so much? Because that's the one spot that seems to be increasing greatly. It looks like it's gone up by about 50% just year over year in those costs. What's driving that within the road operations motor pool?
Right. Well, I think we've seen increased usage of vehicles, which is more maintenance as well, and fuel usage.
So to that extent, 50% year over year in usage of vehicles is that's what we're seeing there?
Well, again, we've seen higher maintenance costs from outsourcing, and particularly with the bigger vehicles cost more. Parts more expensive as well.
Okay. Just a concern and something that I wanted to make sure that we keep an eye on, especially if, it seems like the passenger vehicle market, especially in electric, is something that's had a little bit more of a runway on technology. And sometimes when you're first to market, you pay a lot more. And I'm really concerned about already out of control costs on the road operations funds, which means less revenue that we're able to use to fix our roads in our community, which are already in struggling, and we're barely hanging on to our current PCI. And for us to raid those funds without maybe backfilling it, maybe in the future we should look at if it is something considerably more than for electric technology in some of these ways, that maybe that we have to backfill that with general fund instead of coming out of the motor pool, because it ends up, that's a policy decision that's ultimately impacting that department, not necessarily that department has an option for cheaper, more efficient taxpayer use at maybe a combustion option. So I just think it's something we should be evaluating here, at least in our policies. And if we want to go down the electric route, then we should also be willing to pay for it as well, and not just mine our pavement to accomplish that policy goal.
So, as we highlighted in the April workshops, the California Air Resource Board and the Advanced Clean Fleets is mandating in a transition. And so through 2026, 50% of our purchases have to be electric on Class 2B and above vehicles. So, 3/4 ton pickups and higher. And so once we get 2027, 100% have to be that. And there is significant costs. I mean, these are probably 3 times as more expensive than a standard, internal combustion engine type vehicle. And then on top of that is the electric infrastructure with level 3 chargers in order to charge the size of batteries that are on these vehicles.
Are we more aggressive than the state mandate on those purchases?
No.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So that's my only question for general services. I do have a question for the clerk assessor.
Okay, hold on. I think you're Mr. Popular today. Supervisor Capps.
Okay, I'm totally switching gears on you, although still in the sustainability realm. This is more really a signal for the future. I know that really also related to Public Works, we're bringing back a diversion program, and I'm interested as we tighten up things going forward, given the pressures from the state, just how much waste we're producing, and also just our procurement policies as they relate to sustainability. So just signaling to you for the future of coming back to, and something we can also discuss, but just how much, I checked, and our procurement policy hasn't been updated since 2017. So I just want to make sure, especially as we're being prudent, that we're being as efficient and also as sustainable as possible as it relates to with our climate action plan and Tehiguis and the request from the board to come back with a diversion. So just sort of putting these big areas out there for you, not necessarily to answer a question, but you can certainly provide comment if you'd like. But I do see that as a cost-saving measure going forward.
Yeah, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. So that is something we're looking at. And as a follow-up from the Tehiguis questions, we are going to have an internal group to look at, the county waste generation to include procurement.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Hartman, then Williams.
Well, mine is just a clarification. I think the implication from Supervisor Nelson's questioning was that currently purchasing electric vehicles is eating into our roads budget, and that's not really what I heard you say. I heard you say going forward that is a real issue with larger engines, but that mechanical costs, which actually is less for maintaining electric vehicles. So I don't, I guess I just would like clarification. Electric vehicle purchases aren't eating into our roads funds and our programmatic funds, or is it?
Let me look to my staff for a second. The roads fund?
I'll clarify. No, well, I think we're clarifying up here. I was asking those questions because that's what made me think of it originally. I think the explanation is it's not yet eating into our roads fund, that other drivers are getting there. But what the assertion I was trying to make is if it does end up ultimately being a cost driver for us and in there, then we need to, as a board, address that and not mind our payment. I'm not saying that we're doing it today, but I do see that on the horizon, especially if heavy vehicle costs are 2 and 3x what they are today, and we don't have some ability to backfill that. Of course, we have state mandates that we'll have to abide by, but if we're any more aggressive than the state mandates, we need to figure out a way to solve that problem. So,
yeah, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, as we briefed at the budget workshops as one of our special items, this advanced clean fleets, I mean, we're projecting $5 to $13 million of additional expense over the next 5 years in order to meet those mandates. So we are going to have to figure out how to pay for that.
Supervisor Williams.
And you all, first of all, I want to say you're practicing what you preach. Your fleet managers and personnel came to work in bolts, so I want to appreciate that. You performed an analysis, though, after incentives of the cost in our sedan fleet for EVs, the average cost per vehicle, correct? And I think it was something like $31,000 per vehicle. So something roughly equivalent to what the gas car was. I mean, I know that was an analysis done last year, so it doesn't include the ones this year. But you know.
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, as I recall the numbers with the rebates, we were picking up Chevy Bolts for around 25,
27,
27, yeah.
And so I think, number one, it should be known that this has been a cost-effective strategy, and in fact, that's part of the reason why they're compliant, why we're compliant, right? If we hadn't had the structure and the capability and the know-how to take advantage of the incentives and to buy EVs for every, then we would be buying more of them right now to have to comply with the law. So I would argue that we should always try to buy them, but if we hadn't been buying a lot, we would be even more under the thumb of the state mandate.
Right on. All right. Thanks, Kirk. Appreciate it. Oh, CEO Miyasato.
I just want to provide some clarification as well, and we can have a further debate after these budget hearings to talk about the cost of EVs and the compliance and the state mandates, because they are significant. But just on Public Works, Mr. Clementi looked up a BIF that Supervisor Williams put in about the number of EVs. So for Public Works, could you just respond what was in that BIF last time to remind us?
Certainly, this was BIF number 2 from the April workshops that asked the question, since the EV policy was in place, purchased vehicles since then by department, how many have been EVs? And in Public Works, of 114 alternatively fueled vehicles, 4 for Public Works, and then of 326 gas diesel powered vehicles that were delivered since then, 61 in Public Works. So, and I couldn't speak exactly the breakup of their fleet, but I believe in roads and transportation in particular, it is more internal combustion at this point still.
So the 4 EVs that Public Works got probably didn't break the bank.
All right, Supervisor Nelson.
Another question for another department.
Okay. You want to call them up? Thank you very much.
If I can have somebody from the clerk recorder's office.
I see Mr. Daly getting ready here. And we have Mr. Holland on Zoom, by the way.
Yes, Joe Holland, clerk, recorder, assessor, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. I think I'll let Michael Daly answer any questions that you have.
Yeah. Don't you want to see if it's a softball first, Joe? Then you could jump on it as opposed to. All right, let's see what we got.
Yeah. So my question, I was going through the budget book, and there was a reduction in the $540,000 of expected grant revenue reimbursed from the state and federal government for implementation of the Voter Choice Act. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about the status of the Voter Choice Act. I know there's been a lot of interest in some email communications about that, and so I wanted to give you an opportunity to address that, and then I might have some follow-up questions. So could you give us a status?
Of course, Mr. Nelson, through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to talk about VCA, Voters' Choice Act. We, years ago, our department had to anticipate a potential legislatively driven possible mandate to switch to VCA. And so prudently budgeting, we planned for a potential transition to VCA out of a traditional polling place model that we still have. So therefore, we budgeted for it. We also budgeted in that expecting some reimbursement funds. We've had several reimbursement grant monies, one-time big grant monies in the past. Some examples I have for you are HAVA back in 1920, the CARES Act in 2021, recall funds in 21, 22, et cetera. There was a voting modernization board reimbursement as well more recently. Those are all big one-time grant monies. VCA would be a similar thing. Very expensive thing to undertake. We've seen other counties do it. We still hear other counties gripe about how expensive it is and how it isn't necessarily going as they might have wanted it to. And legislatively too, we're still in kind of two worlds. There's VCA, and then there's still rules and allowance for our polling place model. And so, although we tried to anticipate the switch to VCA, at this time we're not planning right now to move towards VCA. Again, for some of those reasons, the pros and cons that come with it. That being said, we still have to plan for the potential, and at the same time, we also have ongoing expenditures, and we will have a spike in expenditures for the general election coming up. Obviously, those still exist. Yeah. But that particular line item you're looking at, that reduction, is just simply us re-examining what we had previously anticipated and allocated towards a VCA transition, now bringing it back down to what is more realistic in terms of budget for that, and therefore not spending that amount, we wouldn't expect a large reimbursement.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, there's no state mandate to move to a VCA model? This is completely optional?
That's correct. It's not a mandate. Okay. We've seen other counties move. They will often come to the board. I don't think every county has. I think an elections official can make the decision to switch to VCA, but yeah, that's something we would certainly have a conversation about before just making that decision. But it's not a mandate.
Okay, well, I think it's really encouraging for the public to hear that. Might have some concerns about VCA. There's a number of concerns. Some on the voter integrity side. Mm-hmm. For me, it's more of an operations and cost side. VCA is something that I think we would struggle with in our county, and partly because of we don't necessarily have the community facilities to actually have the voting centers that would be required in our VCA. It's something that might work in a more urban area. We already have to open up a lot of our churches and our schools for 3 days for voting. Opening up some of these other facilities for a whole 10 days, and in some cases a month, is problematic. Even using our hearing room in Santa Maria, that would potentially clear that out for an extended period of time where we're not able to use it. So there seems to be a lot of challenges, and what I'm hearing from you is that this would be something that you guys will keep an eye on, but you're not sprinting towards it. I'm also on the Rural County Representatives of California Board of Directors, and this is something that some of our rural counties are definitely struggling with as well, and have some concerns about. It does not seem to be a one-size-that-fits-all, and I do appreciate Mr. Holland and Mr. Daly, and you guys taking a more cautious approach to this, and so I just wanted to get a chance to talk about that.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson, through the chair. Just to give you some figures on, and again, alluding to the pros and cons of what you mentioned, we currently have 75 polling places in this election cycle. A VCA would allow us to go to 25 vote centers, but as you alluded to, those vote centers would be required to stay open longer. We would have to staff them with more consecutive days. It wouldn't just be election day, it would be the 4 to 10 to 11 days prior. And then equipment-wise, vote center being a mass, a lot more people coming to one place, we would have to scale up. And with that, a con, I think, in a lot of our minds is that would take away polling place options for certain people, where people were used to, my polling place used to be down the road at the high school or, at the church. Now I have to go, if I want to go in person, I have to go much further. That's something to weigh.
Yeah, I think we're trying to remove barriers to people to voting. That's one of the reasons why I think in some places this makes sense. But I don't know about the rest of you, but I get many phone calls on election day saying, "Oh, my voting location is moved, and where do I go?" And I'm pulling up the app and trying to guide people. So I think change. There's been enough changes as it is to some of our voting processes. There's a lot of people that are traditionally appreciate having that neighborhood feel. It's their civic duty. They take their kids there. It's a great opportunity for people to talk about their role in government and trying to pass it on to other generations. And I think as shiny and as new as VCA might be, I do think that it still has a lot of work to do. And I'd rather other counties prove that out and not Santa Barbara County. So again, thank you for taking some consideration on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Daly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Madam Clerk, any requests to speak on this functional group?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, yes, we have 3 requests to speak on this functional group. We are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with Cheryl Trotsky, to be followed by Rosalie Hardoin. Cheryl?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I appreciate the discussion that just happened, and I was coming to speak about Voters' Choice Act and how it would create a net ongoing cost of $1.22 million to our budget. It was anticipated to be implemented in 24-25, pushed to 25-26. These estimates are conservative given expected expenditure increases. The VCA is discretionary, it's not mandatory, it's wildly expensive, further complicates our election process, and will continue to disenfranchise the voter. I appreciate that we're not moving forward with VCA because it's not good for our county budget or the individual voter. Thank you.
We will now go to Rosalie Hardoin, to be followed by Karen Howenstein, who's our final speaker. Rosalie?
Good afternoon, Chairman Labanino and Board of Supervisors. Looking over the budget for 2024-25, I see some specific ways our county could save millions of taxpayer-funded dollars just in the election division. For the 2024 primary election, there were 238,661 mail-in ballots sent out. Each mail-in ballot costs $19.50 per mail-in ballot to send out to every voter. On average, there are 110,000 unused ballots, which equals $2.1 million wasted for Santa Barbara County on each of our elections. This shows that this massive mail-in ballot process that was initiated during COVID and has continued for some unknown reason is a complete waste of millions of dollars for our county. 110,000 ballots are not cast, and many of them are undeliverable. How does it make sense to continue a flawed system like this, costing our county millions of dollars unnecessarily? That's my question. Thank you.
We will now go to our final speaker, Karen Howenstein. Karen?
Hi. Joan, how are you today? Can I get a smile out of you, please? Thank you. You know, my dad and I want to talk to you personally, and that'd be nice if we could set up a meeting. Okay, you talked about the climate action plan with regard to your budgeting. And I know that when you implement your climate action plan, which is your priority for our county, that you're always focusing on improving our lives, right? And not causing health issues or things like that because of the alliances you make with your climate action plan. I'm wondering, the land trust, how does the land trust work with the county? And I'm thinking about this because they have control of some property across the street from a home where I'm at most of the time. And less than 200 feet away from the home where I stay on the porch a lot, when the wind is high, the commercial farmers across the field growing strawberries there now, who never grew strawberries there before, and now they're putting chemicals into the air, that when the wind is high, it drifts and it comes right into our faces. We noticed this about a week and a half ago when they were spraying. And then when we found out that the land trust was controlling the activity on those properties now, I started looking into this, and then I saw a huge disparity in the way that the county's behaving with respect to some of these nonprofits. The nonprofits. We need to have election integrity. Everybody needs election integrity. They keep on coming here to the dais talking about election integrity. I want to hear how the county is going to ensure election integrity. And I hope that you guys will share that with us.
And that concludes public comment on this functional group.
Okay, thank you very much. That takes us to policy and executive. Mr. Yee.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino. For the policy and executive functional group, it includes departments such as the Board of Supervisors, County Council, County Executive Office, and General County Programs. This functional group makes up just 6% of overall county operating expenditures at $97 million and receives just over a quarter of the county's GFC at $107 million, largely due to the General County Programs Department, which receives GFC for a variety of board-approved policies and projects before these funds are transferred out to departments. The functional group also makes up just 2% of the county's FTE at 111. This functional group has updates in 2 departments, the County Executive Office and General County Programs. In the Executive Office, 1 FTE was transferred from the Human Resources Department. This position is a Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. This position is being funded by GFC, which was also transferred over from Human Resources. In General County Programs, $5.6 million of appropriations are being established in order to make 2024 COP debt service payments for general fund project costs. These appropriations will be incorporated into the adopted budget by way of a final budget adjustment. And lastly, it should be noted that this functional group did not submit any budget expansion requests. And that concludes the policy and executive functional group.
Any questions for this group? Supervisor Capps?
I think this is the right place to ask. I just wanted to ask about vacancy rates. And is that okay? See how me I thought about maybe doing it with the HR, but probably best to you. I just wanted to note that we talked about this a bit in the budget workshops and last year as well, but just that, again, that our vacancy rates in departments have gone up fairly significantly since 2020, 73%. And so we also have increased staff this year, and I think in Mr. Clementi's slide, it was slide 11, showed about, I don't know, what is it, roughly 130 more positions. So I just want to, if you could speak to how you reconcile that and how departments are reconciling that. I just do see that as a concern and something that I'd like to have the board can keep our eye on going forward.
I'll let Mr. Clementi respond to how we reconcile these vacancies with these additional staff, because these additional staff are particular programs where there's funding.
Sure.
So,
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. So the majority of the increase this year was those DSS positions. So it's about 119, I think, is a total increase. 71 of those social services increase for specific programs with additional funding from the state. So they are, and that funding doesn't look like it's in jeopardy as far as what's happening with the state budgets. They are seeking to fill those. The vacancy rates overall at the county, they have increased, as you saw in the BIF. It's not, there's nothing that the departments are intentionally right now holding vacant. As we've talked about in our future forecast, the vacant positions would be the first thing to look at as we enter tighter budgets. And it's one of the things that departments are going to lean on. If certain of the state budget cuts that we just talked about cut, it will be those vacancies, those vacant positions that they look to first in their programs, and then the vacancies in other programs, if a position matches, they can shift over, and it gives them some flexibility there.
and Supervisor, so in addition to that, I think, again, departments are attempting to fill their positions, but we are keeping an eye on it, and especially in this coming year, because budgets are tighter, we want to make sure they're using the resources the board has allocated. But for example, we keep coming back with the quarterly updates showing some departments have high vacancies, and I'm going to use the auditor, because we had this conversation yesterday. The reports had showed, over 20% vacancy rate, but as of today, she has only two vacancies.
Oh, I see.
So we are making progress on all of these for needed positions, but we are keeping an eye on it, and we recognize there are a couple of bills that are making their way through the legislature, looking at vacancies and then making sure that if the counties are keeping too many vacancies, we recognize that it affects the workforce, and so some of the bills would require meet and confer with our labor unions.
I appreciate that, and mostly I'm just giving voice to what good managers are doing now. We're recognizing that a lot of our budget comes from the state. The state is tightening. We're being prudent, so that's the first place to look. And I also just wanted to ask you about, I had sort of assumed that vacancy rates were somewhat due to the pandemic, but then in the board inquiry form was surprised to see that actually they've gone up. I mean, they were actually lowered in 2021 at 8.6%, 10.4% in 2021-22, now 13.5%. So can you just speak to what you think is going on? I know that's a general question, and but I do, it didn't fit my thesis that it was pandemic related when I actually looked at the numbers, thanks to your staff.
Mr. Clementi and I were talking about this. I think during the pandemic, people stayed in their positions because they were uncertain about what was happening, and so you didn't see as much movement, somewhat, on our numbers. But as we know, it's been a very tough labor market, and we've seen it. We've seen departments have to go out 3, 4, 5 times sometimes for positions. It's been difficult to recruit, and that was one of the impetus of when HR looking at our management class comp system just to see how we could do a better job. So the vacancies, I think, and we can look further with HR, getting some more data, but just from discussing with departments, it's a very, as we've been told, the labor market is difficult, and hiring has been difficult, just getting people and attracting people to public sector and to our county.
So it wasn't, so the Great Resignation didn't really impact our county, but now, I mean, I looked again in this board inquiry, having asked this ahead of the board hearing, that high cost of living is the reason that we are experiencing these vacancy rates. And to me, that just motivates me further on pushing for county-owned sites, that we can have our own housing and more, as we just passed with our housing element and rezones, just more affordable options for people that hopefully will choose to stay working here in the county. Thank you.
All right. We have 2 more?
Request to speak.
Oh, 2 more requests to speak. All right, well, let's hear from them.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, yes, we have 2 requests to speak from the public on this functional group. We are going to begin with Phasia Dean, to be followed by Karen Howenstein. Phasia?
Hi, my name is Phasia Dean. I'm a new resident here in Santa Barbara, relocating from the city of Riverside. I come here to attend the colleges of law. I have not been accepted into the program. I come here on portability, accepted under the Housing Authority of the city of Santa Barbara. Today I want to talk to you about GAAP versus GAAP. So there's generally accepted accounting principles and generally accepted accounting practices. One is official, one is unofficial. I'm asking the county to, I sent some documentation, information about HUD and following the financial accounting standards for the United States, which is GAAP standards. And I have inquiry and questions with the people who are authorized to make standards. I come here as an entrepreneur so that I can get through the college. And I'm also a CPA candidate. I'm a member of the National Society of Black CPAs and also the Alliance of Black Women Accountants. It's a lot of hardship for me to make the account of income that Santa Barbara requires for me to maintain housing. And the work that I need to put out, the output, I don't know if any of you have ever worked and not slept, is kind of impossible. So I am asking you to meet with me to discuss GAAP and HUD. I believe it's a conflict of interest for HUD to make standards that are aligned with GAAP. I do have to file my financial statements at the end of the year. There will be some adjustments, and there is a qualified standard that needs to be there. I'm asking the county to intervene into the Housing Authority of the City of Riverside. The FSS program, to me, is inefficient for my abilities, and I'm requesting a reasonable amount of time for me to find my own CPA so that they can prepare qualified financial statements. There are some issues about the IRS deductions, and it's not a time and appropriate to debate that. Thank you.
We will now go to Karen Howenstein, who is our final speaker on this functional group. Karen?
Hello. Karen Howenstein from North County again, speaking on this function group. And I'm here saying this to Mona because the reason why I'm standing here today is because of Dennis Bazanich and the damage that that one individual did to our county. To me personally, to my family, is so significant that every time someone who works for the county hires a person, they need to know that they need to vet that person thoroughly. And to this day, Dennis Bazanich needs to know that he's going to be investigated and he's going to be followed wherever he goes. I started reading Sue Grafton when I was 14 years old. And I read all of her novels throughout my life. And I didn't know that she was training me.
And that concludes public comment on this functional group.
Okay. So, before we're going to go into some board deliberations and decision-making. Before we proceed, the board needs to act on departmental item number 1 and 2 regarding fiscal year 2024-25 recommended budget. Are you doing a close?
Chair Levanino and members of the board, yes, as the board is deliberating, and once they've made their deliberations, then we can act on departmental item number 1 and 2.
Correct. So is there anything up on that we're not going to be putting any slides up or anything?
Supervisors, and correct, I think the only direction we heard today for the adopted budget is what Supervisor Capps had requested, which was that the remainder balance of the South County Parks, Trails, and Open Space of $295,000 be further earmarked for the Modoc Trail.
I'm okay with it. Just a question. So we have a North County and a South County pot of money for recreational. How much is in the South County? I mean, would we be able to take it out of there, or is that already earmarked for something else? It's coming from there. Okay, cool. Then I'm good with it. All right. Do we need to make a separate motion for that?
If you could include that as part of your motion, yes, please.
Okay. All right. So let's get into deliberations. Status quo, no service level reductions, no. Okay. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, there's not a lot to say except to thank the CEO and all the department heads and everyone for respecting that we really don't have extra money this year. And so there's not a lot to debate or discuss, but at least there's no service level reductions. And I feel we're on pretty solid economic ground, and that's due to the good, prudent management of our budget staff and, again, the department heads and their staff.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. You know, everybody says a budget is our values document, and this year, not a lot of drama, status quo, and for me, who might be our most conservative member of the board, I want to look at these things a little bit more tightly as we're looking at the values, maybe from my perspective. One of the first criteria I look at our budget is, are we being fiscally responsible? This budget continues the tradition of the last 13 years of aggressively paying down our pension debt. We are within spitting distance of really getting our arms around that. And I was one of the first people out there, a decade ago saying there's no way, no how that we're ever going to be able to do that. And that is within sight, and it's because of the fiscal discipline of not only this board, but past boards to keep the course. And, it's unfortunate this generation has to, make up for what had happened in previous boards and past promises, but we've done it and we're moving in a great direction. This budget does that. There's a measured allocation in this budget towards addressing some of the labor's concerns. We know that the cost of living has gone up and our employees are struggling, and we are having a hard time finding employees. I think we've budgeted in here some money to be able to have some of those discussions, fix some of the errors that are out there, and so I feel good about that. Would I like to get more, have more progress on our pavement condition index? Of course, but we're going to be able to keep the status quo there as well. So we're not going to be mining our pavement, is like what I like to say, to balance our budget. And I wanted just to thank the Public Works Department and Director Sten for staying on top of that. We continue to make significant capital investments throughout the county. We went out to some bonding this last year to make some big investments. We are spending more money on capital over the last couple of years than we have ever in the county, and I think that's really important as we are making these significant infrastructure investments. We have the largest strategic reserve in county history. Last year, we had a crisis in North County in Guadalupe and with the riverbed, and we were able to spend a significant amount of money that maybe in past generations we may have gone out of into our strategic reserve to do that. We were able to do that within our budget because of the fiscal prudence, and we're still able to maintain that at a level that's unprecedented. And then looking at our 5-year forecast, you hear about the state budget, and 2 years ago there's a quote or a video of Governor Newsom talking about his $100 billion surplus, and within 2 years we're looking at a $65 billion deficit. And I'm proud to say that wouldn't happen in Santa Barbara County, because our budget team would have seen the $100 billion surplus. They would have looked at our 5-year forecast, and they would have started making some of the decisions to make sure that we weren't in that position to have that swing. And that's the prudence that you see here in our budget, is this budget team under the school Frapwell is taking a lot of dollars and realizing we're making investments into the future so that we can keep a status quo. So we aren't talking about service level reductions. We may not swing heavy in the good years and have a bunch of programs and a bunch of buildings, and a lot of the fun stuff that we might all like as elected officials, things that have ribbon cuttings and all those cool things. But we do make the smart and prudent decisions that put us in positions that when there are tough times, when you see all these other cities having to go to sales tax measures and you're seeing the state fall apart, Santa Barbara County remains strong. And I think that, again, that goes to the general fiscal responsibility of this board and our policy team and our departments, because this also doesn't happen without the department heads also buying into that as well. My next thing I look at in a budget is public safety. And while I think we could be doing more there, and in most budget cycles, I usually ask for more money for a sheriff's department, I do feel confident with the money that we set aside for overhire, with this board in an unprecedented way outside of a negotiating cycle has been working with the DSA to try to solve some of these recruitment and retention issues in the custody deputies. I feel good about where we're there. So I am going to support this year's budget. Get right to that. I do have ongoing concerns for future budgets that I think we should be keeping our eye on. I know the DA's brought up a couple of issues that we've seen with some of that state funding with our victims' witnesses or victims' accounts, as well as some stuff with the Racial Justice Act and the need for additional investigators there. I continue to harp on that. I think that our CIP needs to have a larger amount of investments in the North County, and I will continue to bang that drum. And then I think with SB 43, not only in the Treasurer Tax Collector's office, but throughout the organization, that's going to be an ongoing expense as we get our arms around that and tackle how that fits into our homelessness strategy and the county as a whole. I think that's a big issue that we're going to be looking at. And so just want to highlight those things. I think we're well positioned to tackle those problems next year. With that, I hope to join the rest of my colleagues in supporting this year's budget.
Supervisor Williams, then Capps.
Yeah, I'm going to work off of the theme that Supervisor Nelson started on, which I think is that though there is amortization in this budget of big expenditures that we need to do, there is a remarkable trend against borrowing from the future, right? That whether you're talking about pavement index or whether you're talking about environmental initiatives, reducing ongoing costs while investing in technologies that have lower pollution and lead the way for our society. We as an institution are investing in the future instead of borrowing against the future, which has too often been the easy way that people sometimes take. I also think that that is in the category of homelessness, which I think it would be wrong to say that there are not bold new initiatives in this budget. There are. It's just that the CEO was aware of what some of our biggest priorities would be, which is to continue the efforts on homelessness and sustainability instead of move to a new shiny object. As such, we took a tough approach about new expenditures, but I think that was appropriate because something like, reducing the catastrophic effects of climate change or solving homelessness in California requires more than a couple years worth of work. It requires sustained efforts, and it requires a combination of effort by the county, the state, and the citizenry. You can all of the people of this county could be a part of that solution. I think this is a responsible budget and should be supported.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Lavanino, and just thanks to the budget team for the hard work. I mean, can't see it here because I don't have a printout, but 600 pages of a ton of work, and to the department heads and their staff. This was a much different budget schedule for me than last year's with, everybody coming in when there was extra money, making their case. We didn't have those meetings this time because you were disciplined and got the message that there wasn't extra, and I appreciate that because I know how much you want to fight for your department, how much you do fight for your departments. I appreciate the word pay attention to messaging and prudence. You don't see that word a lot because it's sort of old-fashioned and doesn't have a lot of flash or energy around it, but it does speak to where we are. And I just hope that next year we have this kind of budget hearing, given the forecast and what the state and our country is going through. And our CEO has this phrase that when Sacramento sneezes, we catch the cold. But I actually took issue with that with her yesterday because we were prudent. We're not catching the cold. We got our echinacea and took our vitamin C and got a lot of sleep. It's not, again, not the most sexy, not the most fun, but that's what this budget reflects. And I have a lot of pride about that fact, that we're still making gains on things we really care about, our values, making sure those who are least among us are cared for and protected. And we are providing that safety net and providing that safety for this county. So with a lot of pride, I'm supporting a very prudent budget. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'll just put a little perspective on all this. So in 2011, when I got here, my first budget was a $72 million deficit. We had $26 million in service level reductions. Believe it or not, the strategic reserve was at $17 million. And now it sits at 45 and a half, a little over that. So one of the things that, I looked at was, I was kind of looking at this like a bare bones budget or whatever, but then after talking to Mona, and she kind of talked me off of that we forget all the things that we're doing in the county because they just kind of get absorbed into the budget, and then we just keep doing them, that we're not required to do them. And so I'm just kind of go through this little, the thing that we saw during budget workshops. Library administration, almost $5 million for libraries. The Human Service Grant, community nonprofits, over $1 million. Homeless shelter and warming centers, energy and sustainable programs, veteran services, racial equity grant, the Arts Commission administration, the chambers, the travel bureaus, the 211 helpline, the South Coast Youth Safety Partnership. Those are all things that, makes us a better place to live, and it's not anything that we're required to do, but it's as you said, these are value statements. So for me, the main things now are addressing homelessness. I think we've really kind of found a new momentum in that with Dignity Moves and finding that public-private partnership with Hope Village and La Posada. And I really want to thank the team at CSD. These things are all great, but if you don't have the outside funding to go, there's no way that we're going to be able to put together, $50, $100 million to do these projects. So going out and finding that is very important. And we also have to remember that we did all this while we sustained $100 million in storm damage. We should be completely underwater. I didn't mean that to be a pun, but we came out of this thing in really good shape. When Bob talked about the pension debt and kind of merged the deferred maintenance backlog in with that, I think it was 2014 when we decided to do the 18%. I think at that time we were putting like $1 million a year, and we were all super proud of ourselves for putting money into a deferred maintenance program. This year, it's almost $16 million is that share. The problem is, as your former boss told us, and you've told us, is that that's never going to erase the deferred maintenance backlog. But what it has done is it stopped the bleeding, and it made it to where we could just continue to tread water until, something I'm going to continue to harp on, 5 years from now, as you mentioned, our pension debt from the great financial crisis is going to be erased at that point. And there will be a new, knock on wood, this is not wood, but there's going to be a significant change in the finances at the county. I won't be here to enjoy it, but I'm got my fingers crossed for all of our employees, because that's the last group I want to talk about. All of our managers doing an outstanding job. When you look at this, to be able to not come in with a laundry list of things that you all need, and I know that. But it did take me about 10 years to figure out, So each department head comes in and tells me, without this one position, man, my whole department's gonna cave. And I started realizing, wow, we got 4,700 people, but if we don't hire these next 5, we're gonna be in big trouble. But I really wanna give a shout out to all our employees, because I know it's not easy doing the job that you're doing with the vacancy rate that we have. We do know that, not just recruiting new employees is difficult, but keeping the ones that we have, they're doing such an outstanding job. It's a high priority for all of us on here. I know we're in the middle of negotiations right now with a lot of our different groups, but at the 30,000 foot level, I don't want to get into all the details of the negotiations, but at the 30, don't do that, right? Rachel's giving me the eye. But at 30,000 feet, just want you to know there's 5 of us up here that are totally committed to trying to make this the best place to work in Santa Barbara County. Because we know this is a service organization, and we need people that have that service-minded heart. And we know we've got a lot of great people, and we want to keep them. So I'll be happy to support this budget. It's about as simple as we've ever done it. I remember the first time I was chair, I think CEO Miyasato was like, we're going to do a really fast budget. And I was like, all right, cool. And then the first day I was like, man, this isn't working for me. And then I realized it's because under her leadership, we've moved a lot of the really difficult decisions into formulas. And so we had the fire tax shift that took a certain amount of money. We had the 18%, definitely had to go to that. We had the jail that we had to build. And so all of our money is kind of going into the priorities that we set throughout the year. So I don't look at the budget as just a couple of days or a couple hours, whatever it is. It's our priorities throughout the year. So this is a 365-day budget. Today we're passing this year's, and I think we've got our priorities straight. So with that, I'll take a motion to have a motion to see if who wants to. What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make that motion to approve this upcoming budget with the remaining set aside for trails to be directed towards the MODOC project.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Just to confirm, that's from the South County account?
Yes.
It's actually from the North County, which is really weird how she pulled that off.
But you're all in.
It's from Bob's office budget.
Yeah, Bob's
That's
office.
Fair enough.
Yes.
And Chair Lamanino, members of the board, just to confirm with the maker of that motion, Supervisor Capps, this is for departmental item number 1 from the County Executive Office to consider recommendations regarding fiscal year 2024 through 2025 recommended budget hearings, and that is A through H with the addition of the set aside for trails. And that's
Let's do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Awesome. All right, let's go to departmental item number 2.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 2 is also from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the fiscal year 2024 through 2025 recommended budget for the County of Santa Barbara as successor agency to the former County of Santa Barbara Redevelopment Agency. If we can get a motion to approve A and B.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, this one's not as cool. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? All right. So with that,
Super.
yes, CEO Miyasato.
May I have the last word?
You always get the last word.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you to your board for supporting your staff. Thank you to Paul Clementi and the budget staff. Talked about the School of Frapwell. You know, Jeff will be retiring soon, so we want to say thank you to him. I think he's on vacation right now, but and thank you to Paul. He's been schooled in the School of Frapwell, finessed in the School of Anderson, and now he stands on his own. We appreciate him and all his staff. And I want to thank you to all the department heads. You know, some years are easy, some years are hard, but they're always interesting. And my office and I personally have appreciated working with all of you, and I look forward to continuing to work with all of you. And we keep talking about pension, so I do want to do a shout out to Harry, because that was a very difficult decision back in the day, and I know we had arguments about it, but it was the right decision, so thank you, Harry Hagan. And with that, we have a little bit of a presentation to show, and so you could play the presentation. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, departments.
So we are adjourned until June 18th in Santa Maria. Have a great day.